Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the monthly work session for the Suffolk Public School Board. We're glad that you joined us this evening. We're going to begin our meeting this evening with a report from our Special Education Committee. And the superintendent will introduce those folks now, because she's on. When she gets on,
Yeah,
we're going to start.
We can go ahead and do the motion to
wanna do the
allow her
motion
in,
then?
and that way, whenever she shows up, he'll let her in.
Oh, okay. We're going to take care of one bit of business. Mrs. Phillips, Vice Chair Phyllis Barham is going to join us remotely this evening, so we're going to take care of that. And when she is connected, she'll just join in the meeting. Is that correct? Okay. Mr. Waller.
A motion is needed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3708.3, subsection B1, to allow Vice Chair Phyllis Byron to participate in tonight's meeting of the school board through electronic communication means from 1596 Great Fork Road, Suffolk, Virginia 23438, due to a temporary medical condition that prevents Vice Chair Byron's physical attendance at tonight's meeting.
May I have a motion, please?
I so move, Madam Chair.
May I have a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that Mrs. Barham, Vice Chair Barham, will join us electronically. If there are no questions, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. Now we're going to have our special report from our Special Education Advisory Committee representatives. We welcome you this evening. Dr. Gordon, would you please introduce our committee chair?
Yes, I'm going to call to the podium Ms. Katie Morris, who is our SEAC chair, and also Dr. Branch, if she needs to introduce Ms. Morris and any information about some of the meetings that have occurred with SEAC so far for the 22-23 school year. Dr. Branch?
Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, Dr. Gordon, school board members. We have a great relationship with our SEAC board, who serves to support us and serve as an advisory board to the school division. The current chair, Ms. Katie Morris, who previously served as vice chair, will provide the report to you.
Good evening, honored chair, school board members, Dr. Gordon, any other members of the administration that might be present this evening. The Special Education Advisory Committee for Suffolk Public Schools is organized and functions in accordance with sections 300.650 through 300.653, rules and regulations for the administration of public law 105-17. The committee's functions are as follows. 1, to advise the Suffolk Public Schools of needs of the education of children with disabilities. 2, to participate in the development of priorities and strategies for meeting the identified needs of children with disabilities. 3, to submit periodic reports and recommendations regarding the education of children with disabilities to the Suffolk Public Schools Superintendent for transmission to the local school board. 4, to assist the Suffolk Public Schools in interpreting plans to the community for meeting the special needs of children with disabilities for educational services. 5, to review the policies and procedures for the provision of special education and related services prior to submission to the local school board. And 6, to participate in the review of the Suffolk Public Schools annual plan prior to the submission of the school board. The committee is comprised of representatives of stakeholder groups that have a common interest in meeting educational needs of students with disabilities. While some of the members are community service providers, most of the membership is comprised of parents of students currently receiving services within our division. As required by regulations governing special education programs for children with disabilities in Virginia, one teacher serves as a voting member on the committee. The membership is reviewed and appointed by the school board at the beginning of each school year with recommendations provided by the committee in the form of a list of nominated members. During the 2021-2022 school year, the Director of Special Education and the Supervisors of Special Education served as consultants. The activities of SEAC are governed by a set of bylaws which were last devised in December 2009 and approved by the SPS School Board. Subcommittees are assigned as needed to monitor the recommendations and concerns of the committee and to work toward its goals. The Special Education Advisory Committee meets in regular session 6 times a year. Subcommittees meet as necessary to fulfill their responsibilities. All regularly scheduled meetings are in person and are open to the public. Prior notice is advertised in various publications of the school community. Time is allotted for public comment and subsequent review during each scheduled meeting of the full SEAC committee. Due to continuing COVID-19 precautions, all scheduled meetings were made available virtually as well as in person last year. SEAC plans to continue to offer virtual attendance at all scheduled meetings for the foreseeable future. Your SEAC committee continued to provide an opportunity for families with special needs to access resources and support through the 2021-2022 school year. In conjunction with the Special Education Parent Resource Center, PRC liaison, Ms. Vivian Evett, SEAC provided guidance and assistance to address the many challenges of providing special education support to families post-pandemic. SEAC invited Ms. Yolanda Ricks, Intellectual Disability, Developmental Disability Program Manager at Western Tidewater Community Services Board, to discuss the Medicaid waiver process at the November 2021 meeting. Ms. Ricks provided attendees and committee members with a detailed report on the different waivers available and the various services WTCSB provides. She discussed the steps to take to apply for each particular waiver. The committee, along with representatives from each school, is tasked with raising public awareness of the impact of disabilities as well as resources available to assist parents and students. The committee also provides parents with an understanding of the special education process as well as the functions of SEAC. SEAC participated in a disability awareness committee meeting with school representatives to discuss the importance of an inclusive school environment and recommended awareness activities within schools. Our committee participated in the SPS Disability Awareness Fair Awareness and Resource Fair in April 2022. Our committee provided various resources for parents and caregivers of students receiving special education services in SPS. SEAC members hosted a booth to provide counseling to families of students with special needs. SEAC supported the Little Feet Meet event in participating schools on May 12th and 13th. This event, hosted by SPS and Special Olympics, partnered elementary age students with intellectual and developmental disabilities with typically developing peers to promote an inclusive school environment. This event was a success, and SEAC will support the next Little Feet Meet planned for the 2022-2023 school year. SEAC also supported the Big Feet Meet on October 27th at Kings Fork High School. SEAC participated in the Special Education Parent and Partner Night in April 2022. The theme of this first meeting was Understanding Special Education. Saul Godinez, 2021-2022 SEAC Chair, led the meeting to address concerns from attending families of students with disabilities. This parent support meeting will take place every 3 months. SEAC will continue to actively support these meetings. A subsequent Parent and Partner Night meeting was held in August. The SEAC Chair, along with other members, actively participated in answering a variety of special education topics to parents from within the community. The committee monitors testing data and assessments that impact students receiving special education services at SPS. The committee also reviews graduation and/or exit data and discusses accreditation issues within this district. SEAC received a detailed presentation from Stephen Edwards, SPS Coordinator of Research and Testing, including a comparison of the 2018-2019 and 2020-2021 Virginia Standards of Learning SOL results, the Virginia Alternative Assessment Program, the VAAP results, and the graduation data from spring 2020 and November 2021. All assessed areas indicated a marked decrease. Graduation rates indicated decreases as well. The committee discussed SBS's efforts to raise achievement levels post-pandemic. Our committee will continue to monitor and review this data. The committee discussed methods to improve communication between parents of students receiving special education services and schools, including school event notices. SEAC continues to support and maintain a Facebook page to allow for better communication with our stakeholders. The committee is also working with the Special Education Parent Resource Center to distribute resource information to the community. The committee is also looking at introducing other social media platforms in order to raise SEAC interest. The committee endeavors to improve resources available to parents of students receiving special education services. Our committee continues to provide recommendations for new materials to improve the Special Education Parent Resource Center and assist the Parent Resource Liaison in disseminating new resources to parents. Of note, the PRC is making a vast number of resources available in Spanish to address our Spanish-speaking community members' needs. With Suffolk Public Schools' adoption of the new IEP software, the SEAC committee will continue to monitor IEP software issues and their impacts on our stakeholders this year. As mandated, SEAC reviewed SPS's proposed budget for the next school year to consider any impact on special education services and discussed any questions or concerns with the special education director. No particular funding deficiency was noted. Your SEAC serves as a vehicle to request and promote SPS funding deficiencies when addressing the City of Suffolk council members. SEAC did not receive public comments during its meetings for the 2021-2022 school year. This indicator may be viewed as a feedback mechanism from the community. As such, it could be construed as a positive response. The committee will continue to provide a public forum to address the needs of all stakeholders. The committee reviews school policies impacting students receiving special education services and their representation in the students and staff materials. No issues or errors were found this year. Voting members for 2021-2022 were Saul Godinez, who served as chair, Katie Morse, who served as vice chair, Holly Boyce, who served as the teacher representative, and then Angela Bickerton, Regina Hall, Deborah Cliche, Shawnee Love, Kirsten O'Neill, Leslie Schieffer, and Amy Sroka. Membership for 2022-2023 is Katie Morse, who will serve as chair, Sierra Chavis, who will serve as vice chair, Holly Boyce, who is back as the teacher representative, Angela Bickerton, Charlotte Brooks Dale, Regina Hall, and Jamelia Heredia. SEAC is finalizing specific committee goals for this year. Those goals will be presented to the school board for your review and approval once they are fully developed. In addition, SEAC will continue to focus on how the following areas impact students with disabilities: student academic performance, special education graduation rates, special education diploma options, SOL testing and alternative assessments, transition services, transportation, disability awareness, disability harassment, physical restraint and seclusion, special education parent resources, special education budget. SEAC meets every other month on the third Wednesday of the month. So our first meeting was on September 21st. Second meeting was on November 16th, and our next meeting is on January 18th. And then we'll have meetings also in March, May, and July. All of our meetings are held here at Kings Fork Middle School from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. upstairs in the library. And that information is available on the SEAC webpage, which is part of the Suffolk School Board webpage. In addition to following Virginia state mandates and committee bylaws, SEAC continues to provide private, confidential consultations and guidance to families of students with disabilities within SPS. SEAC has supported and/or participated in the following events so far this year: National Night Out, August 2022, Second Parent and Partner Night, August 2022, SPS Disability Resource and Awareness Fair, October 25th, 2022, Big Feet Meet, October 27th, 2022, and not on there because it happened since I was originally supposed to give this report last month. I recently attended a kind of regional SEAC meeting that was put together by Sarah Bailey at the Independence Center in Virginia Beach, where I was able to kind of talk about general SEAC issues and special education issues in the region with representatives from the SEACs from Norfolk, Portsmouth, and Virginia Beach, and I believe one from Chesapeake. And that is the end of my report.
Thank you so much. Board members, we do this at this time so that we have time to ask you questions about your report, about how things are going, about how you feel about the services you receive, or any other concerns or questions that you might have. So board members, this is our opportunity to ask questions if we have questions. Board member questions at this time. I'm looking down the row and people are writing. Any questions? Questions or comments? Okay, I have questions. With regard to looking at, do members in the other regions, when you went to the regional meeting, do they appear to be expressing the same kinds of concerns or similar concerns? Or do you see that there are things that we're doing differently that might be able to help them, or things that they're doing differently that we might try to implement?
We just kind of started scratching the surface of that because we only met the one time. We're going to meet again in about a month. But I would definitely say that a lot of the things that are concerns to Suffolk parents are similar to the concerns of parents in other school districts. They're the same challenges that school districts are facing, I think, regionally and probably just, all over the country. Ones that came up of particular interest to a lot of people is kind of the transition process, whether it be just from one school level to the next or just out of school completely. I do feel like transition out of school is something that Suffolk Public Schools has focused a lot of attention on in the last few years, and I think that is going comparatively well to what I'm hearing from other cities. And I think one of the things that we're going to kind of try to get the school system to work on next is helping families transition from one academic level to the next. Like when you have your kiddo move from middle school to high school. It's a little daunting right now. So maybe some very simple things that could be done that would kind of provide those kiddos a softer landing.
Okay. And that's something, that's what we want to get from our advisory committees. Mm-hmm. Some of those things that you run into that are issues for you as families that people might not understand. They might not understand the difficulty when you move students forward. They think it's a smooth process, and it's not necessarily so, because it appears that sometimes you have to make all sorts of adjustments, especially moving from elementary to middle school, because it's a different thing, and then too from middle school to high school. Mm-hmm. But we do indeed appreciate you and appreciate the work that you're doing. And I know sometimes when you're working on any kind of committee, it seems like there are a lot of jobs to be done, and you have worn a lot of hats. I'm very much aware of that. But we do indeed appreciate it and appreciate your input. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up on our agenda, Mr. Superintendent.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to call to the podium Mr. Andre Skinner, Director of Career and Technical Education, to present the annual CTE report. Mr. Skinner.
Greetings, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, school board members, Attorney Waller, and Dr. Gordon, School Superintendent for Suffolk Public Schools. It is an honor to be here tonight to be able to showcase a little of what's been going on in the CTE realm, and I will jump right in and get started. I always attempt to start with the functions of the Career and Technical Education Advisory Council, the membership for 22-23, student events, business and participants, competency attainment rates, and our technology and equipment updates. As far as advisory council, of course, they have a lot of different things that they do for us, but some of which that are the most important: reviewing the annual CTE division plan, assisting placement of students in co-op programs, and probably for me the most important thing is providing a link between the school, industry, and the workplace. And of course, they're still into enhancing our industry tasks, trying to see what's on the outside, what we should be doing inside of our courses, and how we can better assist in transitioning our students into the workforce. For our advisory council membership, these are some of the participants that have joined us for 2022-23. Modest Industry, of course, Camp Community College. City of Suffolk has been heavily involved this year, Commonwealth Attorney, and I won't read them all. City of Suffolk's Workforce Development. Suffolk Public Schools is in the building, Food and Nutrition, STEM Coordinator, Work-Based Learning Specialist, Suffolk Fire and Rescue, Norfolk Naval, NASA new this year, Lake Prince, Huntington Ingalls, Hilton Garden, Hampton Road Sanitation District, just to name a few. These are just a calendar of events, just our dates. We meet every time at CCAP because that allows our students that are representative from all three high schools to have an opportunity to kind of participate within our calendar of events and our dates. A couple of the student events, the Professional Student Conference is designed for 9th grade students, and we try to make certain that they're trying to figure out what's going on, where do I want to go, how does my academic and career plan going to affect me 9th through 12th grade. What we've done to transform this, we utilize businesses from within, but for the past couple of years, we've notated and brought in courses that may have had subpar enrollment in an attempt to boost that enrollment, encourage students into some of the higher functioning or higher courses that are going to continue to transition them into the workforce. So we try to get the top 5 fastest growing programs. This year we did culinary arts, so last year we did culinary arts, cybersecurity, software, operations, and also health and sciences when we had EMT join us. Those are some of our students participating in the culinary arts event. To the right are some of the students and Camp Community College doing some of the simulation men and the EMT sections. Another event is our Career Expo. We say that the Career Expo is a mock opportunity for students to kind of showcase their resume skills while also providing them an opportunity to see what businesses are like, and businesses come and participate and actually send representatives that they do these interviews with our students. Some of our students, although we say mock, we do let them know that this has turned into an opportunity for them to gain internships and or actual opportunities to join the workforce from these events. So they take it seriously, they get feedback. Our teachers get feedback on what our students do well and also some of the weaknesses that they may identify based off of what these business representatives show us. Events are held at the Hilton Garden Inn. And these are just some of the business participants from last year's Career Expo. At this point, I want to make certain that I alert my CTE teachers. We are extremely proud of our teachers, and then more so what our teachers were able to do and how our students responded for the 2021-22 school year. I am enamored and I'm super excited about the progression that they've shown, and hopefully you all will kind of join me in this. 2020, 2021 is located at the bottom, of course. That's when our industry credentialing was impacted by the COVID bug. I think it says 856. I'm over here squinting, thank you. 856 from the 2020-2021 school year, just total, and it breaks it down per school. When we returned, our students and our teachers showed such great resolve. I'm super excited that now we're back up industry credentialing totaling 2317 with students gaining probably 2 or more. So the Virginia Department of Education lists 1 or more, but what they're saying is students, 1,804 of our students gain more than 1 industry credential. So we're really kind of up the ante, and then it listed by each actual high school to get that 2317, but we're super excited about that. More importantly, from that school report card, I'm going to go to this page. And I just want to make certain that I bring great attention to this. This says a CTE completer attainment rates. They do a great job at making certain that 80% of the task list for each CTE course is mastered by students, and it's referenced by the 100s. And those 612 students are completers. What a completer is a sequence, a student who took a sequence of events that are aligned in one specific pathway. So if we schedule them correctly and they stay to the course, they should kind of make certain that their knowledge improves throughout that pathway that they've selected. For these 612, all of our students, 612 that were identified, had 100% competency attainment rate. I want to make certain that we pay close attention to this. Out of those 612 students, I'm going to go to my paper, which is probably equally as small, 96% of our students identified as completers passed their industry credentialing test. 96%. That is amazing, and probably some of the highest scores that we've had in Suffolk Public Schools by far. And I think it talks to the resiliency of our teachers and our students that responded. How do we get to the 96? I just did some highlights, and notoriously we also always look at the achievement gaps. And I did identify black students, white students, this is referenced in subgroup areas, students with disabilities and economically disadvantaged students. But if you go far to the right, starting from the bottom, our students that have been identified as being in economically disadvantaged situations, 96% pass rate. Our students with disabilities, 82% pass rate. Our white students, 99.4, black students, 94.4. For that total, it even breaks it out into male and female. What I want us to realize is this does not normally happen if people aren't doing some great work, and our teachers deserve a great applause for that, as well as our students for their ability to bounce back from COVID and be inside of these completer scores. 96% is going to be hard to repeat or go above that, but they did such a great job. I am really, really super proud of them. Just moving on to the CTE Good News Report. The WISE test is one of those tests that is located inside of there. We had 2 teachers that were Gold Star Award winners, both of which from Nansemond River High School. They had to obtain a 93% passing rate from one of their courses. Shout out to Mr. Jason Bartholomew. You probably recognize his name from Nansemond River, Region 2 Teacher of the Year, and went down and supported us. Dr. Pamela Scott Darden, also from Nansemond River High School. And then as a result, WISE also recognizes Nansemond River High School as a Blue Star Award winner. And just very quick, just some of the updates that took place: commercial hood replacements at Kings Fork High, Kings Fork Middle, Anna Tamar's Table, which was a partnership from the Centera Healthcare that we placed into Lakeland High School, that is going to up the ante for our Project Lead the Way biomedical program, as well as our anatomy and physiology classrooms, and updates to our Z-Space, which are our 3D simulating computers that are also located at at Lakeland High School. CCAP programs, if you're familiar with the College and Career Academy programs, we try to funnel a lot of funding into those programs because those are the programs that all 3 of our high school students get an opportunity to attend, and their equipment, as our advisory team kind of assembles, this is the most expensive equipment. Pleased to say that we've now upgraded our paint booth in the auto body technology course to rival that of Mayor Mike Duman's downdraft paint booth in his store, some software, cosmetology seating, some charging stations and simulation babies, EKG birthing simulation, utility heavy construction simulations, like an earth moving package, and then welding. We're updating to plasma cutting machines also inside of those. Great job to the CTE teachers if you all are watching, and great job to the students who selected CTE elective courses, and then y'all banged it out. So we are very appreciative. Congratulations on that work, 2021-2022 school. Any questions for myself?
Board members, you have questions regarding the CTE report? Okay, Board Member Jenkins?
I don't have any questions, but I do want to give you and your team a round of applause for such great work, because you're only as good as your leader, and thank you so much for putting in the work and having the dedication to do what you do. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I just want to say, are there others who have comments?
I just would like to agree with Board Member Jenkins. Thank you so much for your hard work and for the teachers and everyone who work with our students in the CTE program. 100% with those completions, absolutely awesome. And the fact that we have 2 or more certifications for many of our students. Just a phenomenal job, and thank you so much.
Okay. I want to say something. I see a group that also made, let me make sure I put on my glasses so I have this correctly. They're not circled, but they're 98.34%.
Hispanic group. Normally, we try to do a subgroup of 50.
This is female.
Females.
Yeah.
I wasn't going to mention that, Dr. Brooks Buggs.
34%. I also see Hispanic students, 92%. I also see Hawaiian students, Native Hawaiian, 100%. And students who are multiple races, I guess a race unknown, at 94%. I'm just, and non-traditional enrollees in our programs at 95%. I am just pleased that our students, one, are taking advantage of these opportunities. And for those persons who feel that all our students, all our programs are aimed at people who are going to college and who are not going to work, that's a misnomer, misrepresentation, and just an untruth. And we just need to make sure people are aware of the fact that we have students are being prepared, who are being prepared for the world of work. I'm excited as well about our children who have disabilities and the successes that they are having in these programs. It makes a difference because it's important to me that people know that they contribute to our economy, they contribute to our lives, and they have a purpose as well. So I'm very excited about your work and about what you do at the College and Career Center at Pruden, and thank you so much for what you've done.
Thank you.
At this time, we have to go into a closed meeting. Mr. Waller.
Motion is needed to go into a closed meeting to discuss the following item and subject pursuant to Section 2.2-3711 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended. The discussion or consideration of a student disciplinary matter that would involve the disclosure of information contained in the student's scholastic record, and more specifically, a student appeal from a recommendation imposing a long-term suspension, which is authorized by Section 2.2-3711A2 of the Code of Virginia, 1950 as amended.
So moved.
There's a second.
Second.
Okay. Board members, please vote.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes,
Motion passed.
thank you. At this time, we'll move into closed session, all electronic devices. Madam Clerk. Except you can.
want the song. Let us play the song.
I can do it. Yeah.
The guitarist might want to play something they were different. I don't think they're teaching lessons. All right, fellas, let's see what you got. Let's see what you got.
Resolution of certification of the closed meeting of December 8, 2022, pursuant to section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended. Whereas the school board of the city of Suffolk convened a closed meeting on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia 1950 as amended requires the certification by the school board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the school board of the city of Suffolk hereby certifies that to the best of each member's knowledge, number one, only business matters lawfully exempted from the open meeting requirements by Virginia law were discussed in the closed meeting to which this resolution of certification applies. And number two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion convening the closed meeting were heard, discussed, or considered by the school board of the city of Suffolk.
May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Madam
Board members, please vote. Board member Howell?
Yes.
Board member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board member Mayo?
Yes.
Board member Ritter? Board member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Bauer? Board Chair Brooksma?
Yes.
Motion passed.
This time, we're excited because we see some people. We see some young people here who are going to do something very special for us. Dr. Gordon.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. We are so excited that we have members of the Center for Performing and Production Arts here tonight at the English Special Center at Lakeland High School. We have Mr. Kamenish here, Dr. Jolene Neighbors. 12 students will be singing total accompanied by our CPPA students. They're going to include music that was developed by our music tech program, You Belong to Me, a cappella of Carol of the Bells, Holiday Road, White Christmas, Joy to the World. We have 23 students out here in the band. We're going to play Freddie Freeloader by Miles Davis under the direction of Alvin Wilson. And just as a reminder, before they get started, you can see more of our CPPA students at the Winter Concert on December 13th, and a community event, the Winter Wonderland, on Saturday, December 17th from 2 to 7 p.m. School board members, please enjoy the music and talents of our latest Special Center, Center for Performing and Production Arts.
2, 3, and.
One, two, a 1, 2,
Let's all give them another round of applause.
Elated. I just want you to know that. To see this program come together, to see you all perform, is just so exciting for me. It's something that I have thought about for years and years, and just to see it is just amazing. You all are so talented. Board members, would you like to make comments?
Yes, I do. I am so proud of you, our student musicians, and this program. And it has been a dream of Dr. Brooks Buck, as well as my dream, to see this kind of program in our school system. You are doing a magnificent job. And this is a new program, folks. They just started in September. So this is absolutely awesome. Keep up the great work, our choral presentations, and the band, absolutely awesome. Phenomenal job. Thank you so much.
Reverend Jenkins.
I would just like to say everything that's been said, that is the truth. I play a mean bass in my head. I can't play it with the finger, but I just love music. A lot of us, that's what we do. We're musicians, and so I'm ready to take you all on the road against anybody, because the singing, the musicians, like you said, you all top notch, and I know you're just going to get better as time go on. And so whenever we have maybe our next VSBA conference.
That's right.
You all will be the ones in Williamsburg performing like we saw another school district. So just watch out, because I'm ready to take you on the road.
Good evening, folks,
how.
and I will just be completely honest. I am the one and only person on the stage here that has no musical talent whatsoever, so I'm extra impressed. And be proud of yourselves. You guys have a gift, and keep sharing it with the world. Merry Christmas.
Board Member Riddick.
In the words of our vice chair, ditto, ditto, ditto. You all have done an outstanding job. I remember our former superintendent, Dr. Whitney, this was one of the things that he was really interested in doing, and I think Dr. Buck and the other board members, as well as Dr. Gordon, for helping making this vision come to reality. You all are excellent musicians, and I would love to see what the future holds for you. And just to echo the sentiments of Board Member Jenkins, yes, we got to take you on the road. It's a lot of opportunity here in our Grand Commonwealth, especially with Kings Dominion and Busch Gardens, and you all showcasing your talent. I just want to say thank you to the parents who took time out of your busy schedules to bring them out, especially thanks to one of the choral conductors that I really look up to. She is outstanding, and Mr. Alvin, let me not call him by his first name, but I just want to say thank you. It is outstanding, and you all have really done my heart well to just hear the bass line just grooving. Just thank you, and have a wonderful holiday season.
Board Member Story.
Thank you to the instructors who put this together so quickly. You've done an excellent job. Thank you for the program that you're developing. I know it's just beginning, and I just wish you lots of energy and the best and the creativity going forward to develop the program year after year, because it'll benefit the students. The soloists, you did a beautiful job. I thought you were just great. And I heard that saxophone solo too. Who played that? Yeah. You did a great job. I just happened to play the saxophone back in my day, so I heard that solo, and you did a great job on that piece. Nice job. So I wish everyone a very Merry Christmas and Happy New Year.
Vice Chair Byram.
Yes. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. I could
Don't. Okay. Wait a minute.
only hear, I'm not a musician, but I greatly appreciate musical talent and ability, and I have always looked forward to these performances through the years. I want to thank those instructors and teachers who have worked with these students and the students who have diligently given their time and energy. Music is a great talent, and it's more of what we need. And I think it expresses the holiday season quite well. And I wish you a great holiday. Thank you.
We are indeed grateful for you and for your parents and for your principal. Thank you, Miss Laurie, Mrs. White, and all of your assistant principals and all the folks who worked with us to put this thing together. We just appreciate you so much. Your teachers have done a wonderful job with you in a short time, and we knew you were here with your talents. And I want to say to one other person, where is my accompanist, that pianist who went from over here over there? Thank you so much. You played beautifully. I played piano probably badly and clarinet badly. I do sing better than I play, thank goodness, but what can I say? I think that because of all of our love for music, whether we do it or not, we realize it's one of those things that unites the world. And if there's one thing that does unite the world, it is indeed music. So we're just so glad to have you and to see your gifts and talents in the way that we see them. You just keep doing what you're doing. We're so proud of you. Thank you. We are going to take a brief recess so that they have the opportunity to get off of the stage, get their instruments, and tonight is Thursday, so they've got Friday to go to school, and we're going to give their parents a chance to adjust as well. Thank you so much. Everybody's welcome to stay who would love to stay, but I think sort of kind of, because I see somebody ready to go, I think sort of kind of you may want to go home and get ready for tomorrow. Have a blessed evening and a wonderful holiday. Good evening, everyone. We're back in session. Thank you for your patience. We are going to, at this time, open our public hearing on the 2023-2024 operating budget. If there are persons who signed up to speak, Dr. Byrd, there was a sign-up sheet in the back. I believe I saw you back there somewhere. Did I see Dr. Byrd back there? You came up front. Would you look outside and bring the sheet, and then I can call people's names? There was a sign-up sheet in the back. And then I can call people's names, and I won't just have to say whomever. Okay, I see nothing in anyone's hands. Nothing. There were no signatures. All right. Then I'm just going to ask if there are persons present. I'm sorry I cannot call your names, but if there are persons present who would like to be heard with regard to the 2023-2024 operating budget, this is a public hearing time. So if you would come forward, if you would like to be heard. Speakers on the 2023-2024 budget. If there are persons present. Okay. We are going to then move forward. And we're going to call the regular meeting to order as we close the public hearing on the budget. Board Member Mayo, would you lead us in the pledge?
Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Our next order of business is an action item. It's on student appeal, number 22/23-1. I need a motion from board member.
Madam Chair, I move that we deny the appeal.
Okay, it's been moved that we deny the appeal. Is there a second?
I second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded that the appeal be denied. Other questions? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram? I'm sorry, Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have no one signed up for the citizen comments on agenda items. at this time, so we're going to move forward, Mr. Superintendent, with the, oh, I'm sorry. I skipped something, didn't I? Sorry about that, you all. We would like to, thank you for reminding me, you guys. We have to have a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Okay, it's been moved. Is there a
Second.
second? It's been moved and seconded that we approve the agenda. Are there questions? Not so, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram? Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Now we can move on. There are no citizens signed up to speak on agenda items at this time, so Mr. Superintendent, could we have the good news report?
Yes, I'm going to call to the podium our Community Engagement Officer, Ms. Antoinette Dickens. She'll talk about teacher spotlights, athletics and activities, fine and performing arts, grants and awards, SPS in the news, special awards and recognitions, and I will conclude with a calendar of special events. As a point of privilege, Madam Chair, we are going to go slightly out of order in the calendar of events due to some of our young winners being in the audience, and we want to get them home so they can finish up their homework. Ms. Dickens?
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Gordon, and good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of our school board, and of course, those present and watching online tonight. As Dr. Gordon stated, we're going to start our good news report by actually highlighting student winners in our food and nutrition services truck art contest. And I'll actually have our Director of Food and Nutrition Services, Dr. Lawrence Whiting, to the podium to present the winners with their awards.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Madam Vice Chair, board members, Dr. Gordon, friends and family. The Food and Nutritional Services Department has gotten together with collaborated with the Finance Department, and we have had an art contest, and we are going to decorate our trucks with the student winners. We're going to have the trucks wrapped, and at this time, if I could ask Dr. Gordon and Dr. Brooks Bucks to come down. All of these students were already given a gift basket for winning, and we have hopefully we have 3 of them here tonight. I know 2 of them are here with their parents, and they've done an outstanding job on the art contest. Like I said, we will have 1 on each side of our trucks, and we're going to have these trucks wrapped, and the greatest thing about it is it's all grant money, so it's not ours. But if I could have Ms. Banks and Channing Douglas is our first winner, and her art is on the screen. Channing, please come on down.
Congratulations. We're going to pose for a picture. Dr. Bird's going to take a picture. So you can hold that. You ready? You want to smile? So I can see her picture. Here we go. 1, 2. Good job. You got to be famous. Don't be riding down the street. That's right.
All right. Our next winner is Miss Hannah Parker. And both of those students are Kilby Shores, from Kilby Shores Elementary School. And our secondary winner is Ms. Jade Abreu. I'm not sure if she's here tonight. Yes, she is. Come on down. And all of these students, like I said, our trucks will be wrapped with their artwork, and it will be on there displayed for a year. And next year, we hope to do the same thing again. But I want to say congratulations to all of the winners. I mean, a lot of talented students we have here in Suffolk. So congratulations.
All right, thank you, Dr. Whiting. And we'll continue our good news report with students from Miss India Meisel's class at Lakeland High School. So these students submitted essays to the Freedoms Foundation at Valley Forge as a part of their annual youth essay competition. Their writing task for this school year was to discuss one freedom that you enjoy as an American and the responsibilities that come with that freedom. So these students are being highlighted tonight because out of 4,000 applicants, 4 of our own were selected and awarded a medal and certificate. And at this time, I will introduce Miss India Meisel to the podium to share some background information on the essay competition and to announce the 4 winners from her class.
Good evening. As we can see behind me, I don't have 4 people standing here. Unfortunately, one of our young people, Josiah Savage, is tonight having a proctored calculus exam. Oh. Way out of my league, but God bless her. So she could not make it this evening. So we are left to carry on, and these amazing ladies standing behind me, I'm sure will do just that. So if you'll excuse me, I'm at this point in my life. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon, and ladies and gentlemen. For the past 26 years, as part of the dual enrollment history curriculum, students have been involved in writing papers as a requirement for the course. Rather than assign a more traditional 15 to 20 page, or what my professors used to call a short paper, each semester. Perhaps Dr. Gordon and Ms. Byram would remember those 15 to 20 pagers. Students have written much shorter essays that are both historical in content and offer these young people a chance to be recognized for their efforts. After all, who doesn't want to earn a reward for writing the drudgery of writing an essay? So I stand before you this evening in celebration of Lakeland High School seniors Raven Cooper, Alexis Perkins, Haley Rains, and Josiah, who could not be with us. 4 young ladies who submitted essays last spring, received their class grades, and probably forgot that their papers were going to be judged. To tell you the truth, I'd just about forgotten it myself. Until I received that email in late September that said, I am pleased to share with you that the students whose essays were selected to receive the George Washington Honor Medallion 2022. I knew that once the medals and certificates were shipped to Lakeland, I needed to set up some type of ceremony to recognize these young ladies. After all, Raven and Haley were 2 of 3 Cavalier winners of the Fleet Reserve essay competition last fall, and because they were unable to make it to the award ceremony that evening, I had to read their essays on their behalf. Tonight, I get my revenge. Before I call upon these ladies to read their essays, I was asked to briefly say a few words about the Freedoms Foundation Awards. On November 21st, 1949, General Dwight Eisenhower presented 200 recipients with the first Freedoms Foundation National Awards. Today, over 57,000 awards have been presented to Americans from all walks of life. The famous, the unknown, the young, and the old. from Maine to Hawaii. Large corporations and small business persons, farmers, students, teachers, and military personnel have all been presented national awards in 7 different categories for their efforts to make America a better place for everyone. The program was intended as a way to say thank you to those whose projects, words, or deeds reflect the best of the American spirit by volunteerism, by offering constructive solutions to contemporary problems. They search for those doing good work in their communities, people or organizations bringing about the best in the spirit of America. The 2022 essay prompt was to, quote, discuss one freedom that you enjoy as an American and the responsibilities that come with that freedom. I'm going to turn this over to the 3 young ladies that are standing behind me. I'm going to ask them to identify themselves, tell you where they hope to go to college and what they hope to study, and then give you a taste of how our Suffolk students at Lakeland High School can certainly represent some of the best of SPS.
Good evening, y'all. Thank you for having me, first of all. My name's Alexis Perkins, and I'm a senior at Lakeland. I plan to go to college at Radford to major in their nursing program, and I want to focus on nursing and pediatrics specifically. So my essay, I chose to do freedom of speech. So one really important freedom that I enjoy as an American is the freedom of speech. This is such an important right because without this, we would have a society where no discussion on certain views would take place and there wouldn't be different views on things. Everything would be one-sided, and without this freedom, you would have to stay quiet about things regardless of how they might affect you. You wouldn't be able to stand up for any of your other rights without the freedom of speech. You also wouldn't be able to do things like have protests and movements. However, with that being said, there are many responsibilities that come with having this freedom. One important responsibility is the fact that we have to be able to listen to each other. While you might not agree with everything someone says, it is really important that you are listening to what someone has to say, otherwise it's pointless to have this freedom in the first place. The whole point of this right as an American is to be able to express yourself freely without consequences. It is so important that we let each other express ourselves freely in order to build a more improved and inclusive nation. We should also keep in mind that with this freedom, we are able to help rebuild and repair our damaged nation. We are able to come together as one. We have all seen throughout history people utilizing this freedom and standing up for what they believe in and coming together to enforce change, all with the power of their voice. It's a very powerful freedom that has the ability to change so many lives and situations. Think of all the things that we now have because of this freedom. African Americans now have the freedoms they deserved in the first place, and women now have the right to vote. We also have seen the freedom of speech being utilized with the Black Lives Matter movement and other protests. None of these things could have been made possible without the freedom of speech. However, it is also very important to remember to stay respectful, or you could actually cause more harm than good. However, if used in the right way, we can inflict change for the better. So many things have been accomplished because of this right. This freedom is like the foundation of many of the other freedoms we now have. I feel as though some people take this freedom for granted when in reality we couldn't really do anything without it. I enjoy having this freedom because I don't have to be afraid to stay quiet. I can stand up for what I believe in. I can express myself as I choose, and if something is bothering me, I can just say it. I have the power to invoke change in my society and community. It's such an important right to me because I understand just how powerful it is and how grateful I am to have it. Without it, we wouldn't be where we are today, and society would look a whole lot different.
Hi, I'm Haley Rains. I'm a senior at Lakeland High School, and my paper, after high school, I plan on going to James Madison University and majoring in engineering. My paper is called A Women's Right to Vote. Did you know there are many countries that don't have equal voting rights? Before 2011, women were not allowed to vote in Saudi Arabia's elections. There are many countries that place limitations on who can and cannot vote there. In the United States, there are many voting amendments that allow citizens to vote equally and fairly. The right to vote is one freedom that I enjoy as an American. Having the right to vote in the United States is very beneficial because citizens are allowed to have a voice in their government. However, there are also many responsibilities included with this freedom. In order to be allowed to vote, citizens must register to vote within your state. People can register to vote online or at a local voter registration office. Another responsibility that comes with voting is actually voting in the elections. Many people are registered to vote, but they do not participate in the voting process. Oftentimes, citizens think their vote won't make a difference in the polls. However, non-voters can affect the outcomes of the election. For example, in the 2016 presidential election, nearly 100 million Americans did not vote. The results could have been very different if those people decided to vote in that election. Election results can have an impact on voters' personal freedoms, taxes, and other aspects of daily life. Who or what you vote for can determine many aspects of your life. People's votes can be used to improve local things near you like roads or neighborhoods. Citizens' votes can even impact their social security, healthcare, and education. Most people do not think about how the results of an election can affect their life afterwards. It is so important to use your voice and stand up for what you think it is right in elections. Many people do not understand how much voting can affect the country. It is so important to vote and use your voice at the polls. If citizens choose not to vote in an election, then they are essentially giving up their voice. Many people in communities don't understand the importance of voting. It is up to you to make the decision to vote for yourself and others around you. Although one vote doesn't seem like it will make a difference, it does. Voting doesn't only make a difference on the national level, but also it can make a change in your state or city. State and local elections are just as important as national elections. In summary, elections have major impacts on our society, and it is important to vote if you are eligible. Citizens have many responsibilities regarding the freedom to vote, including registering to vote, voting, and creating opportunities for change in our country. Although many people believe that their vote will not make a difference, every vote counts towards the change in the United States. Elections can lead to major changes, and it is crucial that your opinion is heard. Voting allows us to take control of our lives again. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Raven Cooper. Thank you all for having me. I want to go to Texas Tech and major in biology and pre-vet, and I wrote my essay on the right to public education. We Americans often take a lot of our freedoms and rights for granted. Free education until you reach the age of 18 is something that not everyone has access to. In other third world countries, for example, the children often have to work with their parents to make ends meet, or there are many obstacles that prevent these children from receiving an education. However, in America, all children have access to free public education. This freedom is something that can be taken for granted since it's so common in America. Not having to worry about whether you can afford a basic education is another huge benefit that us Americans have. Instead of parents having to pay for their children to attend basic level schools, they can put that money towards making sure their children have a sustainable home life. The money that is being saved by having a public school system is being put into buying clothes, food, gas, and other necessities. With all rights and privileges come responsibilities that us as Americans have to live by. Taxes play a major role in making sure the public education systems have an adequate resources to provide a safe and enjoyable environment. The citizens of America have to agree and consistently pay their taxes to ensure that the school system stays stocked with appropriate books, desks, chairs, and other necessary school supplies. Making sure that there are enough teachers and other administration is another huge part of keeping the public school system running. Without an adequate number of teachers, there is no way for the students to receive a good education. The recent lack of teachers is starting to become a concern for many parents and students. Nowadays, there is barely enough teachers and an overload of students. This added stress is only making the number of teachers decrease more rapidly. In order to support our struggling teachers, it is our duty to bring their struggles to the government and demand a change in policies. Ensuring that our teachers are happy will ensure that our school systems will stay functioning properly. Along with keeping our teachers happy, making sure the students feel safe and comfortable in their school system is something that should never be overlooked. All of the current school shootings and bomb threats make it very hard for students to feel at ease when they have to go to school. Making changes to security measures will take some of the stress away from the students. Instead of anyone just being able to walk into the building whenever they please, having someone monitor the doors and even installing metal detectors would deter a lot of these shooters and bombers from trying to enter these schools. Having more security officers patrolling the exterior and interior of the school buildings would add another level of safety and security. In summary, the right to free public education is something that is often overlooked and taken for granted. Making sure that the citizens of America keep these schools safe, supported, and stocked with supplies is something that can't be neglected. Having to imagine a world where even the basic levels of education are hard or even impossible to achieve is terrifying. We as Americans must do our civic duty to make sure that the public school system stays free for generations to come. Thank you.
Board members, are there comments? Please don't go.
Ma'am, I'm not.
Okay.
I was going to stand here in case anybody had questions.
Okay, we're gonna have an opportunity to make comments and ask questions if you all have questions. Board members? Okay. Heather, Board Member Howell.
Well, can I just say I'm glad I finally found something I can relate to that gets awarded, because we've had artists, musicians, athletes. Nope. But I, under Sandra Purdy for 2 years at Nansemond River High School, learned how to write a paper. So congratulations, because that is a skill you will take with you a long way. And being able to defend your position is important both on paper and when you're having conversations out there in the world. Congratulations.
Thank you. I'm going to let Vice Chair Byram, I'm going to do this out of order, because while you're with us, I'm going to let you speak.
Yes. Madam Chair,
Yes.
I want to congratulate these young ladies from Lakeland High School and Ms. Mizell. I know India has put a lot of time and effort into this for many, many years. We go way back, and I know she's a great asset to our school system as an instructor. And she has led them in the right direction, and I'm very proud of these 4 young ladies. Especially the last one who spoke on public education. She has the sentiment of my heart. And as long as we do have public education and guarantee citizens the right to that, that is a wonderful freedom that we have in this country. Thank you for all of your work and effort, and I congratulate you again on great essays. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to say congratulations. And like my fellow board member, Ms. Howell said, it takes skill to be able to write an essay, but your content in your essay was phenomenal. And this is something that probably should be read to the General Assembly, to people, because it speaks volume and people need to hear it. And coming from you as one of our are you all seniors?
Yes, ma'am.
MHC, you are ready for the world. You're ready to go out. You've taken a stand, and I want you to continue to do that and be proud of yourself. And freedom of speech, make sure that you speak out. Don't let anyone try to silence you, and make sure that when you're speaking the truth, and you're speaking power to people. Congratulations.
Thank you. Board Member Mayo. I know you were there.
Yes, I had the pleasure of attending the awards ceremony, and I thank you so much for inviting me. I was privileged to hear Raven and Alexis, and I'm glad that I had an opportunity to hear you this evening, Haley. I'm sorry that you missed the ceremony. It was absolutely wonderful. Relevant topics about voting, freedom of speech, and public education. And I do agree with Mrs. Jenkins that you are on your way. You're great citizens already, and you have what it takes to move forward. I'm so proud of you, and your writing skills and your delivery as well was exceptional. Thank you so much, Ms. Meisel, for working with these exceptional students and continuing to encourage them. You've done a phenomenal job as well as an educator, and we are most proud of you, too. I'm proud of Lakeland. This is Lakeland's night. We had the Center for Production and Performing Arts, too, at Lakeland this evening, too. I couldn't help but saying that. But congratulations. Keep up the great work, and I know you will do great things. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Board Member Stewart.
So your writing was excellent, but I'm really glad to know you're going on to the biological sciences. That is excellent, and engineering. Good luck in that. You will do a lot of writing. You'll do a lot of critical thinking, a lot of analysis of topics. And so this yields to that as well. Really good luck. Good luck in your professions that you've chosen. We need them. And I'm so glad to hear, made me proud. So glad to hear that's where you're all headed. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Reddy.
You all did an outstanding job. I just want to say thank you for lending us your words to advocate for many. Your essays were very profound, and I just want to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to seeing some of your published work as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Listen, there is no shame in my game at all. I just want you to know that, and I have been bragging about you, Ms. Mansell, for a long time. Because you are internationally known, and I tell people all about her and about the teachers who are here in Suffolk Public Schools. About my students, I think they're the best looking and best doing and best working and brightest that they ever were and are. I have no problem with that at all. You have done a wonderful job with your writing. Your topics are right on point for today. Free speech comes with responsibility. Yes, you are free to speak, but I was so glad to hear you say it comes with responsibility. You must speak truth when you speak freely. You must stand up for what you believe, but you speak the facts. You speak what is right, and you stick by your convictions. That's who you are, no matter what field you go into. Voting is a privilege that we have in this country, a privilege and a responsibility. It is critical that we exercise the right to vote. Whichever way you vote, it's critical that you exercise the right to vote. As you go on through life in this country, there are people who take it for granted, and so many people fought and died so that people have the right to vote, that it's a shame and a pity when they don't exercise that right to vote. Lastly, I'm a public education advocate. I have no problem with it at all. Having lived in other countries and worked with other countries, it is critical for us to accept the fact and enjoy the fact that we have access to public education. There are children who are not in school, who don't get to go to school because their parents don't have the money to go to school. That is not the case here in America. People do have choice. And I am so proud of the three of you that out of 4,000 students, is that correct? Throughout America, you all were chosen and your essays were chosen. Good writing is essential. As Board Member Story said, in any career, good writing is essential. And you are good writers, so I look forward to seeing whatever it is you do, and you just continue on the path that you're going. We are so proud of you. Elephant proud and hyena happy. Okay, keep doing a great job, all of you. Thank you so much. We have something for you.
So before you go, definitely Haley, Alexis, Raven, and Jerkiah, and Miss Meisel, who always just full of energy. She is what Lakeland High School is all about. Not only are you all great writers, but you're also great orators. And if you can communicate in both written form as well as public speaking, the sky's the limit. And what I always love, every time when any of our students are up here speaking or presenting, I always watch your parents. They are lighting up right now, just thinking about it. And just the dedication with one of you being away on a proctored AP exam. So you all are the reason why we always talk about building the best SPS, and the four writers and you, Mrs. Meisel, you all build the best SPS. So we have some shirts for you. So please pause real quick for a photo opportunity.
Dr. Brooksbach?
Yes.
As long as I'm not found in international post offices.
Nope.
I'm good.
For good things, for teaching and your work in I'm a history buff, And I love it, and I love the work that you do with students and the work that you do all over. It's critical for us to understand our history and to know what benefits we have in this great country. All of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Come on, you gotta hold us up too.
Yes, sir.
Come on in here. Are we going right there first? Okay.
Let's get all the parents' photos.
Parent photos first. Dr. Bird?
You good?
We good? And then we got one for good.
Yeah. You have to hug your students.
Absolutely.
Been around that long. All right, somebody go.
Yeah, he's gonna, I think he's.
Okay, well, while the screen is being adjusted, our high school students are doing big things, but our elementary students are as well. So we're going to continue on with our good news report this evening and highlight students at Oakland Elementary School who competed in ODU's Virginia Modeling, Analysis, and Simulation Center's National STEM Day Challenge. Ms. Holly Wolfickle's fifth grade class at Oakland was one of 3 winners, and similar to our high school students, with over 4,000 students participating, these winners came from her class. The challenge this year was for students to design and build an arcade or / carnival game. And Ms. Wolfickle's class created a pinball machine out of recyclable materials. And there's just a photo there to show you what their machine looked like. All right, and the spotlight is on our Suffolk Public Schools employees who received free turkeys on Thursday, November 17th as a token of staff appreciation, and we want to send a special thank you to our Chief Financial Officer, Ms. Wendy Forsman, and her team for their hard work and efforts behind the scenes to make this happen. All right, we have several athletic highlights from Nansemond River and from Kings Fork High School tonight. Nansemond River, we had 2 college signings for Miss Sierra Garlock. She is planning to attend Longwood University, and she will be playing softball there. And Miss Maddie Baker, who has plans to attend Liberty University to play field hockey. So they've already signed and committed to those schools. We also want to recognize the varsity football team at Nansemond River High School, who were regional runner-ups, the varsity field hockey team, Class 5 state runner-up, and our Nansemond River High School field hockey head coach, Miss Allison Dees, named Class 5 Coach of the Year. In addition to, we have our Class 5 All-State Girls Field Hockey team. First team, Maddie Baker and Aubrey White. Second team, Jordan White. Who's not listed here is actually second team All-State Anaya Woods, and Miss Briley Johnston, All-State, Class 5 All-State Girls Field Hockey team member at large. And we like to, in addition, recognize the varsity football team at Kings Fork High School, who are also regional runner-ups. Several of our fine and performing arts students from our middle and high schools were selected as members of the 2022-2023 school district choir, and those students, the names are a little bit small to read here, but they are actually listed on our SPS website, so please feel free to visit the website to see those lists of students. All right, we also want to very briefly just recognize some of the grants and awards that we've received as a division. So thanks to the OBC Healthcare Foundation and their Early Childhood Grant, all 460 Early Start Pre-K students will receive a Book of the Month each month this year. And the Virginia Department of Education announced $12 million in state school security equipment grants to protect students, faculty, and visitors in 431 schools and 90 school divisions. Suffolk was one of those school divisions. And as you can see, $218,240,000 will be awarded to Booker T Elementary, Creekside, Elephants Fork, Hill Point, John F. Kennedy Middle, Kilby Shores Elementary, Kingsford Middle, Lakeland High, McBinn Jr., and Oakland Elementary. And of course, we always want to mention some of the good news that we have featured in our local news outlets. So we had our SPS students paint downtown windows for the holiday season. There was an article that ran in the Suffolk News Herald that you can check out and read to recognize some of those students and show some of their artwork as well. And then upcoming from WTKR News Channel 3 will feature some students who are part of our Finding Performing Arts programs for the Sounds of the Season, which will air on December 17th. Each month, we like to recognize our teacher spotlights. These are our teacher spotlights for the month of November. We have Miss Lena Hirsch from Kingsford Middle School, Kari Hill, also from Kingsford Middle, and Elizabeth Zartman from Kingsford Middle, Dante Copeland from Kingsford High School, Richard Formel from Kingsford High School, Michael Watson from Booker T. Washington Elementary, Peyton Henderson from John F. Kennedy Middle, Joan Bowden from Colonel Fred Cherry Middle, and Miss Teresa Kearns from McBinn Jr. Elementary. So the Shiny Floor competition is something new that was just started this year. It's actually a vision by Mr. Harold Downs, head custodial supervisor for SPS, to foster competition amongst schools and boost custodial crew's morale. As a result of this competition, we have two winners here that we would like to recognize tonight. And I'm going to invite Mr. Downs to the podium just to share a brief background about the competition, as well as to announce who those winners are and present them with a trophy of recognition.
Just so you know, it's D-O-W-N-E-S. Without the E, it's not me. Thank you, board members, for allowing me this opportunity, Dr. Gordon, to recognize my custodial staff. They did an outstanding job in getting their buildings ready. Let me give you a brief background to this competition. Originally, it was my wife's idea. I can't take that away from her. I was trying to find a way to motivate my crews to take more pride in their buildings, but I think what I did, I created a monster, because by the response I got from this first competition, it's going to be expanded next year. It's not just going to be the cafeteria floor, it's going to be the grounds, the curb appeal, the rest of the building, the overall outcome of the building. So we probably be having me back constantly, and the award ceremony is going to be a little bigger. Without further ado, I'd like to bring up Ms. Latanya Clark. She won in the terrazzo competition from Florence Bowser Elementary. Mr. Keith Jones, he won from the VCT at Turlington Woods. And if I could have Dr. Gordon to come down to do what he does best. And these awards were also my wife's idea. She came up with the design and stuff, and I just follow her lead. Safer that way.
I got Turlington Woods for the best and some shirts for y'all too, but we'll take the pictures with those and we'll give them the shirts. You ready? Yep, that's it. Come on, man. One, two. Good. You send all those things to that? I got some shirts for y'all. Over there.
And also too, next year, what are we gonna do? We're gonna bring the whole custodial crew. What I'll do is I'll adjust their time so that they're here for the whole presentation. Right now, they're back at their schools,
Doing their work.
getting everything looking good.
Wait a minute, you guys wait just a minute, stay right there.
Yeah.
Board members, would you like to say anything? Board member Riddick?
I just want to say thank you so much. Your department is one of the most important departments in this machine we call Suffolk Public Schools. Without you, it would make everything nearly impossible to do. And I just want to say thank you. I know you all take pride in your work, and I'm extremely grateful to have you a part of SPS. Have a happy holidays.
Board member Jenkins?
I just want to say thank you as well. And like I said, when we talk about, the chain, you all, again, you're important. You're important part. Everybody that's part of the chain of SPS is important. There's no little person on it. We all work together. And I know you personally. I've seen you at work, and you do take much pride in what you do, and I'm very proud of you, and I'm proud of all of you that take this, because this is not like board member Riddick said, we need you. We can't make it without you. We need our buildings clean. We need them safe. We need the cafeteria workers. We need everybody, and it starts with you. And have a happy holiday. Take pride in what you do. Pass it on to the ones that work with you, and I'll see you on Saturday morning.
Anyone else?
Yes, I agree with Board Member Jenkins. What you do certainly enhances our school, because when people come to visit, that's the first thing that they see. The building, is it conducive for learning? And so we thank you so much for the fine job that you're doing. And LaTanya, absolutely, I do know Ms. Clark, absolutely awesome. This is her first year at Florence Bowser, and to achieve this is excellent. And also the other gentlemen, we don't want to leave you out either. Thank you so very much for all you do for Suffolk Public Schools.
Thank you.
Ms. Byron? We can't.
Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Downs, I want to thank you and your wife for this contribution. This is something that is much needed, encouraging our custodial workers. They don't get enough slaps on the back and thank yous. And I hope you will increase this next year and have other types of awards and competitions so that they can be recognized. I believe in curb appeal. You talked about including that next year. That is something that I think really will make people take interest and pride in their schools. And when they drive up and see a clean building, a beautiful landscape, and so forth, that curb appeal goes a long way. As Ms. Mayo said, it's the first thing people see when they enter a building. And we are proud of our custodial workers and the job that they're doing, and we know it's been a difficult time over the last few years, and we appreciate all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to say to you, Mr. Downs, I'm the daughter of, not a custodian, because they used to call them maids back then, of a maid. I used to help my mother after band practice clean up the rooms that she was assigned, and she was assigned quite a few rooms at the old Booker T. Washington High School in Norfolk. I know the job that you do, and I know how hard it is to do. You do a wonderful job. This is beautiful. This is just beautiful work, and I'm so proud of you and what you do. But I also recognize the contribution that you give. We cannot function as a team without you. You're the first people to take care of schools. We can't even get in the door without you. And you doing the job that you do. You keep our children safe and healthy when you open those doors to those schools that are clean and ready for teachers and children and other workers to come in and do their jobs. So we just want to thank you for what you've done. This is marvelous, and congratulations for the work that you do. It's well deserved. The evidence is there. Thank you. We look forward to seeing you next year with your next contest.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. God bless and happy holiday.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Downs. So we're going to wrap up our Good News Report tonight by recognizing two of our board members, Ms. Loretta Mayo and Ms. Sherry Story. But we're going to say a few words about both of them first. When I think of a school board member, my first thought is these individuals must have a passion for children. They must be strong advocates for student achievement and success, and they have to be well known in their community. They have to have the best interest of Suffolk Public Schools at the forefront of everything that they do. A simple Google search tells us that board members, the definition of a school board member is one who represents different groups in the community, serves as a conduit for the concerns and interests of teachers and parents, and help create strong ties between the school board and other stakeholders. The two board members that we are recognizing tonight have demonstrated all of the above. Let us pause for a moment to acknowledge board member Sherry Story and board member Loretta Mayo, both who claimed their spot on the dais in January 2019 and who will end their term on the Suffolk School Board this month. Board member Sherry Story is a former science teacher a former science teacher and teacher of the year at Kings Fork High School. Board member Loretta Mayo served Suffolk Public Schools for 31 years, 18 years as an elementary and middle school music teacher, 4 years as an assistant principal at Elephants Fork Elementary, and 9 years as principal of Southwestern Elementary. She's no stranger to serving her community. She is a member of Laurel Hill United Methodist Church, the Holland Holy Neck Pittmantown Civic League, and a Diamond Life member of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated. As we bid you both farewell and wish you much success in your next chapter, we want to share just a small token of our appreciation and thank you for your service, love, commitment, kindness, and just pure passion that you have had over the years for Suffolk Public Schools. Thank you.
Let's take y'all bring stuff out.
Stand up. Put it over there. Yeah, wait, his camera. Wait a minute. Then hold up her plaque. Put the flowers down and hold up your plaque, Sherry.
right, thank you, Ms. Dickens. As we transition over to the calendar of special events, we definitely, today was a special day. You saw the recognition that we had with Lakeland High School here tonight at our school board meeting. I also had a distinct honor of recognizing many of those athletes, coaches of the year, Coach Dyes at Nansemond River High School. Once you make all state in sports, that means you go down in Virginia High School League history. And the fact that we had several in field hockey and cheerleading regional champs, and that field hockey team was very, very young. So I have a great feeling they will come back in the future. I also want to take this time to acknowledge one of our new campaigns, SPS Present Every Day. We put a lot of information out in the month of November about the importance of really combating and fighting chronic absenteeism. And some of the data and stats that we put up there, on average, we were averaging about 1,400 students every day that weren't coming to school, which is right around the 91% mark. But as soon as we've launched that campaign, that number has dropped to 1,000, and we still got a little bit way to go, but to know that it's dropped by 400 students on average each day is really important, as our families and our school community understands the importance of attending school every day. 95% is our minimum threshold. 95% attendance, 95% participation in SOLs, 95% is the number we're looking for. And to take things a step further, in the month of December, we began to put information and research and evidence out there about the impact that tardies have. And this includes tardies to school, but parents and school community friends, this also means picking your child up early. It disrupts their routine. It's lost instructional time, overall learning loss and anxiety that comes along with it when a child feels like that they have to make up things that they may have missed. So we're going to continue to push that information out. And, and taking a look at the comments, we can definitely see that it's having an impact in our school division. So our hashtag of SPS Present Every Day is definitely something that we're going to continue for the rest of the 22-23 school year. The month of December is National Mentoring Month. Tomorrow, as a reminder, I have a Superintendent's Facebook Live from 3 to 4 on tomorrow, Friday, December 9th. Interim reports will be issued December 16th, 1 week from tomorrow. That's right, kids. Your parents are going to check your grades before those holidays. Winter break starts December 21st through January 2nd. That is the first day also of winter, so we kind of line that up with the seasons. The reopening, we want to have 100%, all 14,460 of our kids. We want everyone back in school on the first day back on January 3rd. Our school board organizational meeting, pending board approval tonight, right now is scheduled for January 4th, unless the board makes an adjustment. And our next school board meeting, Madam Chair, will be January 12th. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we need an approval for the consent agenda. May I have a motion for the approval of the consent agenda?
Madam Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the consent agenda. Are there questions, comments? Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you. We have one proposal, as we said last week, one bit of unfinished business, as we indicated last month, we needed to approve a policy on sexually explicit materials, and we gave it to the board prior to the meeting last month, the November meeting. This has to be approved by and in place by January. The Policy Review Committee went over the policy and explained it in detail, went over it and examined it in detail. In the interim, Mr. Waller sent every board member the information that we went over today for the public. And tonight, we must take action on this particular policy. If there are, Mr. Waller, would you go over for us those things that we went over today regarding the policy? If there are questions, are there questions from board members or comments that board members would like to make? If not, we can go on with it because everybody's had it long enough to review it. Oh, yes, Board Member Torrey.
In looking at the policy and in hearing Mr. Waller at the policy meeting, one of the items in letter C talks about at the end, it says in determining whether instructional materials contain sexually explicit content, teachers, principals, and division staff should consider, among other things, student age and maturity, and whether a reasonable parent would consider the instructional content harmful to their child. I feel that putting, it should be, and whether a parent would consider the instructional content. Using the word reasonable is very subjective. I respectfully disagree with Mr. Waller, and I tried to confirm my knowledge of differentiating between objective and subjective with a little Google search. I feel that is not an objective word. It is very subjective as to who considers something reasonable or not. Reasonable is very subjective. I know that if I just used a quick example of what Dr. Gordon might think is a reasonable parent and what I think is a reasonable parent judging sexual material might not be the same. So I think the word reasonable, I've gotten calls from parents, and I think that is a word that was inserted by Suffolk Public Schools, and someone is going to have to make a determination on whether the parent is being reasonable or not. And these topics are such that we have our opinions as a parent, what we want our students to see and not see. So I would like to see that word reasonable taken out before we vote on it.
Are there other comments from other board members? Well, let me just say this. In looking at the policy, and this is just me, the word reasonable does not change things for me, in that no matter whether it's a person who's considered reasonable or a person who's considered unreasonable, the fact is all parents have the same option. If they disagree with the book or the materials that are to be read, the parents can decide that they do not want their children to do it, and another option has to be taken. There's no proof required. The parent has the option of doing that. So it doesn't, the word doesn't change anything for me. I don't know if anybody else has any feelings about it or not, but if they do, this is your opportunity, because we're discussing it at this point.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Mr. Riddick.
I did receive a couple of calls and an email today regarding that as well. So with that being said, what type of impact would it have on the policy if that one word was removed and it just says a parent, because the parents still have the option to opt out as far as textbook. So if we take the word out of the policy, would the policy lose its intent? Or if we left it in there or found another word, you get what I'm saying? If we leave it, if we remove the policy, are we hurting the policy?
I would think that, and I'm just saying, I'll let Mr. Waller address the notion of being reasonable or unreasonable. I thought in terms of when I heard that someone might be concerned about this, I thought in terms of, for instance, at some point in time, if people look at, study religions, world religions, if you study the Bible, the Old Testament, there's sexual content in it, in the stories. Is it reasonable then not to study it? A reasonable person would say it's in the context of the story. It depends on the age of the children. There's some stories that I don't read when I'm teaching little children in Bible study, there are some stories that I leave out parts because it's a part of the Bible, but is it unreasonable to say that at no point when you get ready to study world religion should you have it because of the stories that are in it? Because all of us share the same faith. Is it reasonable or unreasonable? So I see the need for, I can see putting it in there. You can make up another word that means the same thing, but if it's another word that means the same thing, what difference does it make? Mr. Waller, I'll let address that.
Two things that I do want to point out. One is that use of the word reasonable is a legal standard that is oftentimes applied. You may hear someone referring to something as being legal under the circumstances or reasonable under the circumstances. So the use of the word reasonable is a legal standard that is widely used. In fact, in the model policy, it used the word reasonable there in the model policy. It just had it in a different place. In the model policy, it said whether a parent might reasonably consider the instructional content harmful. So even under the model policy, they also used the word reasonable because it is a legal standard. If you were to take the word out altogether, the risk that you run is that you run the risk of having more books labeled as having sexually explicit content. And then you have a lot of books on a list that all of the parents are going to think should be on this list, because after all, you've created this list saying that these books have sexually explicit content. And so by having the reasonable language in there, it does two things. One is it avoids the possibility of having a lot of books on the list that maybe shouldn't even be there, number one. And then number two, it avoids the possibility of censorship, which is one of the things in the guidelines from VDOE that says should not be happening. So it's actually in line with the model policy by using the word reasonable. It is a legal standard. It will avoid censorship, and it will avoid a large number of books being inadvertently placed on a list that maybe shouldn't even be there.
Madam Chair,
Yes, sir.
I like the way the model policy has it structured. It's less offensive. When you say reasonable parent versus what Attorney Waller read with the model, it's still reasonable, it's still accomplishing the same thing, but it limits the perception of you're insulting a parent by saying a reasonable parent would do this. If Attorney Waller could just read that portion he read about the model, it's still the same thing. It's just rephrasing the sentence.
The language in the model policy reads, whether a parent might reasonably consider the instructional content harmful to their child.
I can support that, Madam Chair. It's still the same thing. It's just reshifting that. I'm not trying to make a mountain out of an anthill, but it's less offensive that way.
Madam Chair? Thank you. Reasonably consider, I believe that is modifying consider, which a reasonable parent is an adjective describing a parent. And I believe that is judgmental on parents, and it is more offensive. I also prefer the model policy language, and I don't think the two mean the same. So I would like to see the model policy language used.
Madam Chair. So I just want to make sure.
Wait just a minute.
Okay.
I need to know what other board members do you have?
Madam Chair, I also agree that the model policy is worded a little bit less, putting the judgment on the parent and their mindset versus the action of them choosing.
Madam Chair, I agree.
You agree with,
Using the model.
so you want to reword the policy tonight? Would you want the,
Madam Chair.
wait, just a minute, he has a question.
Madam Chair, so I just want to make sure I'm clear on what several of our board members are suggesting. It sounds like we would not have to reword the entire section, just part of the last sentence, so that picking up with that last line, among other things, student age and maturity, and whether a parent would reasonably consider the instructional content harmful to their child. I just want to see if that's what the board members are suggesting. A parent would reasonably consider the instructional content harmful to their child. Is that what the suggestion is?
That's what I'm suggesting.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about
Yes.
as well.
So, Mr. Waller,
It involves moving the word reasonable away from parent to,
consider. So making it an adverb.
right, and it certainly, it's nothing wrong with doing it that way. However, it is still going to be a subjective standard
It doesn't change it.
versus it being an objective one, because what will be said is, regardless of what the parent thinks about the content, it could still find itself on that list, even if the parent's position is an unreasonable one. Because the reasonableness of it is away from the parent. It's not the parents, whether the parent's action is reasonable, it is whether or not what they consider is reasonable.
This is reasonable, right. So it doesn't move it away from the person. But if that's the language that you all feel comfortable with, because that's what was written, do you all feel comfortable with that? It seems like, okay. If we can move.
Madam Chair, I would suggest that we go with the model, as it apparently it appears that this is the consensus of everybody. And let's move on, please.
Okay. If that is you read the sentence?
Yes, just for Ms. Gardner's notes for the minutes. So I'm going to pick up at the next to last sentence in letter C, among other things, student age and maturity, and whether a parent would reasonably consider the instructional content harmful to the child. That is the adjustment that the board is suggesting for this policy.
Madam Chair, I move to approve with the amendment.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept the proposal with that adjustment, the adjustment that was just read. Are there questions? Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
As a quick,
Under new business,
oh, sorry.
under new business, we want to do two things. I'm going to allow the superintendent a moment to do something right now. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For my personnel report, we do have a new coordinator of special education that I would like to introduce. You want to go ahead and pass those out? Thank you. We're going to call to the podium Ms. Jessica Joyner, who is currently one of our specialists in the special education department. Ms. Joyner is going to be replacing Ms. Julie Masters, who's going to be retiring here within the next couple of days. Ms. Joyner has a Bachelor of Science from Old Dominion University with a major in Human Service Counseling. She has a Master of Science in Education also from ODU in Educational Leadership. She's also endorsed in Administration and Supervision. She was the hands-down top candidate in a very thorough process led by Dr. Branch, and we'll give Ms. Joyner an opportunity to say hello to the board as well as introduce any family members that you have here.
Press the button on. Yeah.
That would work better. Good evening, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the board, Dr. Gordon. I would like to first introduce you to my husband, John Joyner, and my daughter, Mia Joyner, and thank them for all their sacrifices and their unwavering support of me as I have, through COVID, completed my master's program at home in the closet so that I could have peace. I would also like to say that I'm incredibly honored to be standing in front of you today with this new opportunity of professional growth and opportunity to continue to serve our school community. I want to thank the board for your confidence in me, as well as my Suffolk Public Schools family, and all those who have contributed to my professional growth throughout the years. I look forward to continuing the great work that we are doing here in SPS. It is truly invigorating, and I'm stoked. In the words of Dr. Gordon today, let's get hyped. So I am truly hyped for that, and I want to just thank you again for this wonderful opportunity.
Thank you so much. We look forward to working with you. Thank you. And thank your family. We appreciate you. Now, we need to schedule our 2023 school board organizational meeting, and our recommended date is 6 p.m. Wednesday, January 4th, 2023, here at Kings Fork Middle School. Board members.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept that date and time for reorganization.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we accept that date and time for reorganization. Are we ready to vote?
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story?
Yes.
Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Thank you very much. We have at this time public speakers on non-agenda items. And so, Madam Clerk, would you please read the statement?
It is the intent of the school board to ensure that the affairs of the board be conducted in an open and orderly manner, that all persons desiring to address the board are afforded an opportunity to do so in the order in which they sign up to speak, that persons in attendance may observe and hear the proceedings of the board without distraction, and that the members of the board and the board employees are able to transact the business of the board with minimal disruption. Any persons addressing the board shall, 1, confine their comments to matters germane to the business of the school board of the city of Suffolk. 2, refrain from words or statements from which their usual construction and common acceptance are construed as insults intended to incite violence or breach of the peace. Refrain from obscenity, vulgarity, or other breach of respect. 4, comply with the time limit for public comment as set by the board, which can be up to 5 minutes, unless the board, through the exercise of its discretion, decides to allow less than 5 minutes for public comment. 5, refrain from cumulative or repetitive remarks. And 6, refrain from making any comment regarding any pending student discipline or employee grievance matters. The appropriate form for such matters is the applicable administrative hearing provided by state law or, where appropriate, court proceeding. Expressive activities including, but not limited to, petitioning, picketing, displaying signs or posters, solicitation, demonstrating, pamphlet distribution, and conducting polls shall not be permitted in the waiting areas and corridors of any school building in which the board is meeting. Persons addressing the board may deliver to the board or its clerk written materials including reports, statements, exhibits, letters, or signed petitions, and may also make use of any chart or graph during their verbal presentation. The school board welcomes comments from the public as appropriate. Board members will listen to public comment but will not comment, deliberate, or take action on them. The school board chair may direct the superintendent to investigate items and report back to the school board at a subsequent meeting. The chairman or other presiding officer shall preserve decorum and shall decide all questions of public order subject to appeal to the board. At the request of the chairman or superintendent, a city police officer shall act as sergeant-at-arms at tonight's board meeting. The officer shall, under the direction of the chairman, superintendent, or other presiding officer, have charge of the auditorium, the waiting areas and corridors adjacent thereto, and shall prevent disorder or interruption of the business of the board. Please state your name and address before speaking.
Good evening. This evening, we have one speaker, Carl Jackson, who wishes to speak about clear backpacks and ever-driven transportation.
Hi, good evening. Evening, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, members of the school board, Dr. Gordon. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. I'd have to say with everything that's happening in the world, particularly with our recent local Walmart shooting, as well as the Uvalde shooting and so many other violent events, I'm very happy that here at Suffolk Public Schools that, you know, staff is doing everything they can to keep our children safe, you know, in this very violent and difficult world. And in particular, you know, both, you know, the large things that are being done with the searches as well as with the community resource officers, but even with some of the smaller things as well. And just wanted to bring your attention, of course, I'm sure you all are aware of the clear backpacks, which at first didn't occur to me how important this is to safety and security, but I'm sure this is a way of expediting some of the searches, you know, that are happening at schools as students are entering. Of course, now nothing is foolproof, but again, I think it's a step in the right direction. I can say that, of course, having a clear backpack, it's not the easiest thing to get a teenager to use one of these, particularly for our young ladies who are interested in how things look, and particularly with some of the items that they might want to carry in their backpack. But again, I think it's a step in the right direction, and I think that perhaps as this becomes more common, we can look at maybe the private sector, you know, to develop, you know, I guess designer backpacks, larger backpacks, more sturdier ones. But I do appreciate the fact that Suffolk is providing, at least for this pilot, the free backpacks, the clear backpacks for students to use. So I just wanted to say thank you for that. I also wanted to say thank you for providing the Ever-Driven program, which I guess basically operates like an Uber, where for those of us who have students that live out of their zone, my daughter participates in the IB program just across the street at Kings Fork High School. And it is a pleasure to be able to have a reliable you know, service, to have a driver to pick her up in the morning, particularly since we live almost on the other end of town, and I've got to go in a completely different direction to get to work. So it's nice to have that that Ever-Driven you know, program that's available. And I think in particular, I understand that there are always driver shortages and, you know, not enough buses, so this is really a good alternative. Last year, we had such difficulty. I think there was one bus that was picking up all the IB students in the city. And so almost every day she was arriving at school late, almost missing her first class. And many times I would have to bring her and then try to race to get to work on time. So to have the Ever-Driven program, which I have to admit the first week was kind of confusing, but now that we've been assigned a regular driver, Mr. Dominique, he's done a great job as far as picking up my daughter. He's on time, he's professional, he's clean, he wears a mask, you know, which is important for us. So I just want to express my gratitude for the Ever-Driven and for providing the safety and security for my daughters. So thank you very much, and happy holidays to you.
Thank you so much, and same to you. It's so nice to hear a positive word, so thank you. We appreciate it. At this time, we'll hear comments from board members, and since we do have board members who are leaving the board. I'm going to allow you to speak first. So, Board Member Story.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I end my four-year elected seat on the Suffolk Public School Board, I want to first thank the constituents who elected me from the Chuckatuck Borough 4 years ago. Thank you for believing in my objectives that I ran on as a candidate of transparency, accountability, and change. I believe I worked towards these goals to the best of my abilities, and I hope the citizens who voted for me in my borough agree. I am very encouraged that the citizens of Chuckatuck elected Mrs. Slingloff to fill my Chuckatuck seat. Mrs. Kim Slingloff also ran on these values. I know that she also values and will work toward improving student achievement. She is much different than I. I am confident she will bring to the board admirable qualities of leadership and camaraderie as she fulfills this important role to see that our Suffolk students receive the best education possible. The borough of Chuckatuck is in good hands. I would like to thank two specific special people who befriended me early in my first years on the board, especially the first year. I did not really know either of them before I was elected, but they reached out to me and consistently provided me advice and support throughout my tenure on the board. I express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Deborah Wallstrom and to Ms. Thelma Hinton. To my dear friend Thelma, she contacted me every night after the board meetings my first and second year. She never failed. It didn't matter if it was 11 o'clock, 11:30, midnight, 1 a.m. in the morning. I knew that by the time I got in my car, she would call me and say, "How you doing, Story?" She will never know how much her humor and brazen honesty brought me out of some pretty dark places at times. Dr. Wallstrom and I will continue to partner together going forward. I respect her greatly. For many students, student achievement within a district is directly related to the efficacy of school board governance. In light of this, I'm looking forward to my next journey, serving school board members around the state of Virginia, strengthening school board effectiveness. I wish the best of luck to the new board going forward, and I wish everyone a Merry Christmas and a very Happy New Year.
Thank you. Mrs. Mayo.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, I would like to congratulate all who were recognized this evening during the Suffolk Public Schools Good News Report. I am especially proud of Lakeland High School, those students from Mrs. Meisel's class who were recognized for submitting their essays. And also, I had the pleasure of attending the ceremony, as I stated earlier. Those young people, Raven, Alexis, Haley, and Jakia, congratulations to you for a job well done. In addition, I attended the jazz ensemble concert at the Governor's School for the Arts in Norfolk on December the 1st. These gifted student musicians presented a wide variety of music from swing to contemporary jazz. It was my honor to serve on the regional board for the Governor's School for the Arts for the past 4 years. And our regional GSA is sponsored by the Virginia Department of Education and the public school divisions of Chesapeake, Franklin, Isle of Wight, Norfolk, Portsmouth, Southampton, Suffolk, and Virginia Beach. For the past 4 years, it has been my pleasure to serve as the school board representative from the Holy Neck Borough. When I was elected to the board in 2018, I promised to represent my borough in a professional manner and to serve with dignity and integrity. I promised that I would be reliable and responsible. Those who know me well are familiar with my desire to do things in decency and in order, and to be effective in all that I do, whatever the task. My primary concern has always been for our students' education, children first, keeping their best interests in mind and focusing on student achievement. My journey as an educator and later as a school board member is not about me, but about what is best for our children. As a former educator, music teacher, assistant principal, and principal, I've always believed that we have an obligation to our children to provide the best educational opportunities and to prepare them for lifelong learning. I believe in the power of public education. This is the education that reaches all learners. During the past 4 years, I have witnessed growth in Suffolk Public Schools and increased opportunities for our students through academics, athletics, and extracurricular activities. Just to name a few, we have specialty programs at each of our high schools, the nationally recognized Project Lead the Way biomedical program at Lakeland High School, and the nationally recognized Project Lead the Way engineering program at Nansemond River High School, also the IB program at Kings Fork, and the new Center for Production and Performing Arts at Lakeland High School. The course offerings for our CTE programs have been expanded with opportunities for internships for our students. We have a Blue Ribbon School, Northern Shores Elementary, which was recognized by the United States Department of Education for academic excellence. Our students excel in athletics. Just recently, Nansemond River and Kings Fork football teams for regional excellence, and our field hockey teams at Nansemond River all competed and did well. Our band programs at Kings Fork and Lakeland, our marching bands, award-winning marching bands in competitions this fall. Through the years, our students have been recognized for academic excellence, and our graduates have been awarded numerous scholarships to various institutions of higher learning. Because our students have different interests, there is something for everyone who attends Suffolk Public Schools. I would like also to say kudos to our Chief Financial Officer, Mrs. Wendy Forsman, and her staff for working to help our school division improve and increase the salaries of our teachers, along with our superintendent and his staff, for our teachers and support staff. Because of this, salaries for our personnel are competitive with other school divisions in the region. As always, I wish to extend my sincere thanks and appreciation to Dr. Gordon, the school administrative staff, school administrators, teachers, and all support staff and members of the Suffolk Public Schools family for your commitment to the education of our children. Our students continue to do well in all areas of school life. It is because we have dedicated personnel who genuinely care about the well-being of our children. For that, I am grateful. Shortly after I became a school board member, the former superintendent, Dr. Whitney, retired. So the task was before us to hire a new leader, and we hired a good leader in Dr. John B. Gordon III. Dr. Gordon, I would like to thank you personally for being a good leader. And I often say that a good leader is often the person who can capture a vision, communicate it to others, and empower the group to achieve it. And you do just that. You had a vision for Suffolk Public Schools when you came to us, and you worked diligently to implement it. You communicate that vision to others, and you get others to go along with your vision. You empower them, your team, the Suffolk Public Schools family, and that's what's important, building relationships. SPS is on the move and on track to be one of the best school divisions in the region. However, we cannot allow outside forces to bring negative energy to our school division. Someone once said, your investment in kids will outlive you. In a politicized and sometimes polarized society,
Everyone must work for the common good and demonstrate commitment to supporting our schools and our community responsibly. Politics must not interfere with the education of our children. When educators put it all together to improve their schools for enhanced learning and success, they enjoy the greatest joy that the profession can offer, bringing their entire expertise to bear on providing a first-rate education to all children. The satisfaction of making a difference in the lives of young people, of seeing them become successful, is what keeps educators in this demanding and at times challenging profession. To the SPS family, may you continue to strive for excellence in all that you do. And I want to recognize members of my family who surprised me in attending. My sister Linda Hill, if you raise your hand. My sister Mary Williams, who worked for 39 years as a kindergarten teacher at Kilby Shores for Suffolk Public Schools. And my brother Carlton Williams, many of you know Carlton as well. Thank you for coming. May every joy be yours this holiday season and throughout the coming year. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to bring comments this evening.
Thank you. Board members. Okay. Ms. Howell.
Good evening. I'd first like to address the staff that are hanging tough with us like they always do every month. Thank you for what you do. You matter in the life of these children in ways you probably will not know heaven on this side of heaven. And I'm thankful for the opportunity to work with you. Ms. Mayo and Ms. Story, thank you for your service to this board and to your community. And I wish you peace and relaxation and a new project or a new pathway in the days ahead. Merry Christmas to all of you. We have a new year we're facing, and there'll be some new faces up here. We all bring different things to the table, and we all do have things in common. And when we capitalize on both of those, that's when we bless the kids that we serve and the community that we serve. So my prayer is that moving forward, we all work together with these faces and these names and these real children in our vision, in our minds. Parents, keep reading to your kids over Christmas break. I hope there's some books wrapped under the tree. And you all be safe and enjoy the holidays.
Thank you. Board Member Jenkins.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be brief. Thank you, Dr. Gordon, and your team, as always, for showing us what excellence is all about and how teamwork, when you work together, you get the product of building the best SPS. Thank you, Mr. Skinner, for your presentation and showing us with the hard work that your team has done and the dedication and the willingness of your students. They have just done phenomenal with their scores and the things that they're doing. Thank you for everyone that did any performance tonight, the mini concert, the singing, as well as reading the essays. Thank you so much. Do not stop. Take pride in what you're doing. And to our board members that are leaving, you Godspeed. Just keep doing what you do, because I know Mrs. Mayo, you have the heart for people, number one, and kids. What you've done in the education realm is phenomenal, and I know this is not going to be the end. So I wish you the best. I know where you live, so you will be seeing me, and I'm going to be joining y'all for your Sunday dinners that she told me about. And, just whatever you do, I know you're going to do it to make things better, and that's what counts. And I wish you all a happy holiday, and be safe, and just love each other, because that's where it starts, loving each other and taking care of each other. God bless.
Board Member Riddick.
I would like to thank the citizens of the Suffolk Borough for their continued support. Thank you for your vote of confidence and allowing me the opportunity to continue to serve you as your voice on the Suffolk City School Board. I am humbled that the citizens found favor in me and made their decision to afford me that opportunity. This is an opportunity that I do not take lightly, and I make this vow to you all this day that I will continue to work tirelessly to continue to move Suffolk Public Schools forward in the right direction. Starting January 2nd, 2023 through February 3rd, 2023, I ask all the citizens of Suffolk to support the Rigor for Suffolk School Supply Re-Up Drive. You will find more additional information on that on the Rigor for Suffolk Facebook page and the Tyron for Suffolk website. This is a back-to-school re-up school supply drive where we could just give to one of the schools in our area. We're looking at a Title I school to just provide additional resources for our students. And I would like to close with this quote. If student success is always at the forefront of every decision, we could never go wrong. The moment we remove that focus is the moment we will not be successful. And with that being said, I ask each sitting board member and incoming board members, parents, as partners and community stakeholders to set differences aside and bear this in mind when we make decisions. It's all about the children. As we enter into this holiday season, I ask that we take time to celebrate one another. Spend this time with the ones you love. Life is like a vapor. I'm pretty sure there are some parents who wish they could hug their children at this time, but are not afforded that opportunity. Some family members who are wishing that they could hear their loved one's voice one more time. We're blessed to be on this side of the dirt. So let's take this time to show love and less hate. Thank you, and happy holidays to all of you.
Vice Chair Byram.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I wish our members that are leaving us this evening much success in the future. I'm sure both as educators, they will continue to contribute to our communities and to our children and for the betterment of our children. A couple of things. Mr. Skinner's report on the CTE, very impressive. Thank you for that, and I hope we will continue to strive for excellence in many of those programs. I'd like to see more and more available things for students at CCAP so that they will have even better job skills as they enter the marketplace. Again, thank you to Dr. Gordon and his staff for all that they do each and every day to make Suffolk Public Schools a success. I think last month thanked Dr. Gordon for the issue that the idea of coming up with giving turkeys for Thanksgiving. Again, thanks to Dr. Whiting and Ms. Forsman for that. I think that was a huge success from what I hear from Dr. Gordon. I hope we will think up other ideas that will encourage and show gratitude to all of our employees as we continue. I wish Ms. Story well in her future endeavors. I wish Ms. Mayo as well. I have been extremely grateful to serve with Ms. Mayo. She has exemplified an outstanding board member. She has been very attentive to every committee and duty that she's been assigned. I have served with her on several things. I have also personally enjoyed the trips and the conferences that we attended together, and I think I've made a lifelong friend. I wish her well. I truly will miss you, and I'll think about you when I'm on the road sometime for the school board. Thank you for your contributions, both of you, to Suffolk Public Schools, and wish everyone a happy and safe holiday. Merry Christmas, and have a blessed New Year.
Thank you. I want to say, first of all, I don't want to forget this because I tend to do that if I don't write it down. I want to say congratulations and a shout out I want to give to Northern Shores Elementary. They had a winter festival and it was wonderful. And I want to say this because I think it's a perfect example of how parents can support a community. The one thing that I can say about that school and being in that community is that the families there have always supported the schools. We had over 850 parents and family members at our winter festival. 850 parents and family members came to support it. And that's a testament to our PTA and to our administrative staff and our teachers at that school, because parents came, they worked, they set up, they broke down, they did all of the things that were necessary, but they supported the school. And we had a wonderful evening. Kirsten O'Neill and the PTA members, the PTA board there, did a marvelous job, as they have done. And over the years, they have done that. It's an example of how parents, as partners, can work to help the school and support the community. And I would be remiss if I didn't say that. I also want to say that each class is going to get a set of keyboards, okay? So I think that's wonderful as well. So everyone will have a set of keyboards. I want to say to all of you, thank you for the work that you've done this year. This year has been an interesting year for me as a board member. It's been an interesting year for me in several ways, but you know, I'm a person of faith and I believe that God is good, and whatever experience I've gone through has been for a purpose. I want to say to Mrs. Mayo, and I had to write it down because I didn't want to tear up, but I wanted to say this. You've been a colleague, a confidant, and I can truly say a friend. I didn't realize who you were until after we talked and I saw one of my childhood friends at your swearing-in ceremony. I realized that he was your cousin, actually, and my friend from growing up. We've been friends for over 50 years. But I know you to be a consummate professional, a gifted administrator and musician. While you were qualified to be a superintendent of schools, you never tried to take over the superintendent's job. You understood your role as a school board member, and you did it well. You have demonstrated your commitment to public school and your love for the children of Suffolk by giving your time and your talent in the service of this board. Your work on multiple committees and boards, your advocacy for the children and the families in Holy Neck and in all of Suffolk Public Schools, and your professionalism in the face of ridiculous and sometimes vicious accusations were testament to the type of Christian woman that you are. You are definitely going to be a hard act to follow, my friend, and I appreciate you and the work that you've done. I want to say to all of you who are here, the staff and the people who work for Suffolk Public Schools, the police officers who stand there, I want you to know that we appreciate you as well. We are all one team, and we just appreciate you for being who you are and supporting us, our security staff, our custodians, cafeteria workers, bus drivers, and everybody else. We're all one team. We work together for the success of all of our children in the way that we need to provide for them and support them. It's been a learning experience working with all of you, and I wish you Godspeed. May God bless you in all that you do and in all that you hope to do. Have a wonderful holiday for those of you who celebrate Christmas or Hanukkah or whatever celebration you have. Enjoy your holiday, get some rest, and come back in January ready to do another great job. With that, I'll end my comments. The rest of the items are information items, and I'm just going to say one thing. Be prepared for a wonderful report. We've worked on this for years, and I understand that Ms. Wendy Forsman has finally got this in place, along with her team, the SPS Pharmacy. So we're excited about that, and we look forward to hearing about that in January. That's going to be something that's very special. Now, I will entertain at this time for the board members the best Christmas present I can give. A motion to adjourn. May I please have one?
So moved.
Okay.
Second the motion.
Okay, Board Member Riddick and Board Member Mayo, thank you very much. It's been moved and seconded that we adjourn. Are there any concerns? I think not, Madam Clerk.
Board members, please vote. Board Member Howell?
Yes.
Board Member Jenkins?
Yes.
Board Member Mayo?
Yes.
Board Member Riddick?
Yes.
Board Member Story? Vice Chair Byram?
Yes.
Board Chair Brooks Buck?
Yes.
Motion passed.
God bless. Go home and drive safely.